Sveiki visi, kviečiame visus į salę, jau prasideda.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated in the hall. We are starting the broadcast of our conference. I will provide some brief technical information. Since presentations are being translated into English and Lithuanian, you can use your headphones. If you are not at the table, please take the headphones. Channel number 1 is for Lithuanian and channel number 2 is for English. Once again, I welcome to the conference a child with disabilities in the family, challenges and possibilities. I am advisor to Monika Ošmenskienė, member of the Seimas, and I will be helping to moderate this conference. First, I would like to invite Mr. Mačiukas, who will introduce us to the objective of this conference.
Labą dieną visiems.
Hello, welcome to the conference. Thank you for coming. Today we're going to speak about the rehabilitation of children. I'm happy to see so many doctors and specialists here and parents. This topic for the conference was proposed by the Association of People with Disabilities from Kaunas. I'm very happy that our associations and unions are working very hard and putting much effort into this area. The Lithuanian Association of People with Disabilities is also putting its effort. We've had conferences on different topics, on prosthetics, on footwear for people with disabilities. Today we're going to speak about children with disabilities. We are also having guests from the Netherlands, from Switzerland. I also want to thank the Lithuanian Parliament, Ms. Monika Ošmenskienė, for the opportunity to work here. I wish you all the best at the conference. Thank you.
Ir pakviesiu Seimo narę neįgaliųjų teisių.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Monika Ošmenskienė, Chair of the Seimas Commission on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to the conference dedicated to the topic of children with disabilities, challenges and opportunities, something that we had to deal with a lot over the recent years. We have to bear in mind the challenges that parents are dealing with when they have a child with disabilities. And probably the very first challenge they identify is where to seek assistance. Quite recently, we held a meeting with Paralympians. We have Osvaldas, a bronze medal winner, with us as well. He himself has children with disabilities, and he informs me that he has no information as to where he can seek assistance. So there are people who lead their regular normal lives and all of a sudden are forced to deal with these challenges, but there are also people who should seemingly know a lot about how to cope with these challenges and yet face certain difficulties as well. So the earlier children with disabilities receive necessary assistance, the better quality of their life is ensured. But when we are talking about the assistance, it has to be continuous and complex. This kind of assistance can do miracles. Without it, the development of children might be much slower and bear more severe consequences in the future. Unfortunately, rehabilitation services are not as widely accessible as we would like it to be. We've recently visited the wonderful facilities in Kaunas hospital where rehabilitation services are available, but then again, how should children from more distant areas get those services? So this is one of the latest challenges in addition to others that we're dealing with. Accessibility of services that are less available in rural areas is definitely missing, but still assistance is needed irrespective of where one might live. And certainly neuro variety is something that is also that needs to be also taken into account. Very often children with autism require specialized rehabilitation services. We tend to hear more and more about the varieties of autism spectrum disorder, and there are different explanations to identifying more and more people with autism, and there are different reasons to that. I will not go much into detail, but certainly assistance by ensuring the cooperation between parents and various specialists is a must to make sure that we provide the necessary help for those children and for their families. These are the challenges, the social issues, the health care issues that we will have to deal with in the future unless we provide the necessary assistance right now. And so the poor work that we will be doing today will reflect on that in the future. I'm happy that we're hosting this conference today. Thank you for the wonderful initiative, and thank you for coming to this event. I hope that we will be able to discover some very interesting proposals and solutions, because we will be hearing some very interesting presentations from our foreign experts that I'm very much looking forward to. And so on that, let me wish you all the best in today's event. Thank you.
Well, the relevance of this information has been proven very quickly. People registered very actively for the conference, and we have the possibility of people joining us online. Since this event is being broadcast, many people showed their interest in this event. This means that this conference is important and the topic is very relevant. Therefore, such events are necessary for the future as well, to include different players, parents, specialists. First, I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, a guest from abroad, who, thanks to our technologies, can join us online. Professor Maina Haders-Algra from the University Medical Center Groningen, the Netherlands. And we'll also be having Professor Dr. Shirin Akbar-Ziegler from Zurich University of Applied Sciences. They will speak on COPCA, Family-Oriented Early Intervention Program. I can see that our guests have joined us, so I give the floor to them.
Thank you very much. We, Shirin Akbar-Ziegler, and I am very happy to participate in this meeting. And we do not only thank the organization, but also the CONAS COPCA team, in particular Kristina Zalanskiene and Asta Eitman-Tute, for having introduced COPCA in Lithuania. So we, Shirin and I, will be talking about COPCA, a family-centered early intervention program. We will talk about the theoretical background and practical implementation, and also how to become a coach. And immediately, we would like, next slide, to apologize that we will not have videos of infants and families, because the presentation is shared on YouTube and we do not have the permission to broadcast videos on YouTube. But now we jump immediately to COPCA itself. COPCA is the abbreviation of Coping with and Caring for Infants with Special Needs. It is a program developed in Groningen by Tineke Dirks and me, and during the last years, Tineke's role has been taken over by Professor Shirin Akbari Ziegler. COPCA has two components. The first is the family component. It is really a family-focused intervention. The second component is child development, and there we use the principles of the neuronal group selection theory. Of course, both components are in tight interaction. Shirin will talk about the family component, and I will now start with child development and the principles of NGST. NGST has been developed, next slide, by Gerald Edelman, is a neurobiologist, and in Groningen we translated what his ideas could mean for typical and atypical infant development. There are two basic principles in the NGST. First, the development is based on a continuous interaction between genetic information and the environment. And the other important principle is that spontaneous activity is fundamental to the brain. The brain tries all day out. And I would like to have the next. And can you start the clip, Shirin? This is a clip of mouse brain activity. On the left-hand side, you see the electrical activity. On the right-hand side, you see the same activity, but now represented by functional MRI. The basic issue of this clip is this continuous, spontaneous activity. And that's not only true for the mouse brain, but also for the human brain. And that starts at early fetal age, and we have this until we die. And we have it during daytime and during the night. Next slide, please. And so if we follow NGST, we can distinguish two phases of variability. And it starts with the first phase, the phase, next slide, of primary variability. So we are talking about brain activity. So we have here from early age on spontaneous try-out activity. And this is soon connected to the spinal cord and to the muscles. And so what we get is that the nervous system tries out all movement possibilities, all combinations that you can produce in all your joints. And so we can say we have a rich repertoire of movement possibilities. We have variation. And very typical of this phase is that the variants cannot be adapted to the environmental conditions. Have this in the very beginning. And then, next slide, at a certain point in time, the child gets into the phase of secondary variability. And usually this starts in infancy. The same principles, the brain is eager to be itself active and to try out, but the difference with the first phase now is that the brain is able to use the sensory information connected to the own try-out movements and to understand whether a certain movement was efficient or not. So on the basis of the self-produced movements with trial and error activity and the associated sensory information, the brain is now able, for each situation, the most efficient movement strategy. And that means that in this phase, the child, next slide, does not only have variation, but also adaptability. The child is able to adapt its movement to each situation. Next slide. And then we move to what are, according to NGST, the consequences of an early lesion of the brain. And we think, for example, of children with cerebral palsy, CP. Now, the first consequence of an early lesion of the brain is that the repertoire is getting reduced. So there are less possibilities to try out, which means that the behavior shows less variation, or otherwise phrased, the motor behavior is more stereotyped. Another consequence is that certain strategies available during typical development are no longer available. They are gone. But the brain is always eager to find its own best solution. And the brain will find its own best solution. But this solution looks different. And we call that often, that is abnormal, that is atypical. And diagnostically, I would say that is fine. Then we realize that there is an impairment in the brain. But when we are guiding a child and a family, it's perhaps not so wise to call this atypical or abnormal, because it is the best alternative strategy that the brain has available. So NGST suggests that we should be tolerant towards alternative, different solutions. That is, as long as they are functional. Of course, when alternative strategies result in contractures and deformities, we should do something about that. But then training, therapy usually does not help. We need assistive devices. The large majority of children with an early lesion of the brain also arrive in the secondary phase. There they still have the problem of the reduced variation, the limited number of strategies, but they pair it now with a second problem, limited adaptability. And the limited adaptability has three reasons. In children with the most severe brain lesion, exploratory drive. And it is just this exploration that drives the discovery of the own best solution. Means rely more on their environment, on the adults around, to go into exploration. I already told you that the optimal strategy may be absent, and the brain is going to search for the alternative, the second best. And we know that it takes more trial and error activity to find the second best alternative. And then the third reason is that we know that virtually all children with an early lesion of the brain have an impaired processing of sensory information. So in these children, it is as if there is constant noise on this sensory feedback line. And factor 2 and factor 3 make that on average, children with an early lesion of the brain need 10 times as much trial and error activity as typically developing children. And nowadays we know how many movements children make per day. For instance, a child that just has learned to walk independently makes about 14,000 steps per day. Multiply by 10, and you have the number of steps that a child with an early lesion of the brain needs to make per day to develop just as quickly as the typically developing child. And you immediately understand impossible. And that's the reason why the large majority of children with an early lesion of the brain has a developmental delay. You also immediately understand that half an hour of physiotherapy per week does not help too much. And that is only one of the reasons that we think early intervention should occur at home and should be interwoven into daily caregiving activities. Next slide. And that brings us to the developmental keywords of NGST used in COPCA. So we stress the importance of self-produced motor behavior. So no hands-on facilitation. The child needs to try out all by him herself. Exploration and variation is important. Challenge the child to go to the limits, to discover their own new things. We need ample trial and error with play and fun, and we need to be tolerant of atypical movements, that is, when they are functional and when they do not result in marked contractions and deformities. And last but not least, next slide, we also are in favor of environmental modifications, especially in infants with serious limitations. We think we should start early. There's very little systematic research. That is a pity, but we know that is most promising to use the adaptive seating systems. And you don't need to buy something expensive. You also can use simple devices such as pillows. And we also suggest that you should start with power mobility at early age. We know that you can start in infants at the age of 9 to 10 months so that they, in their own way, can discover the world. Shirin. Oh, you're mute.
Is it okay now? Do you hear me now? Okay. Thank you, Meina. So I will continue with the family part. So the importance of including the family in the child's care. From research, we know that nowadays family-centered praxis is the practice of choice. First and foremost, this knowledge means that today we are aware of how important it is to integrate the family into the intervention process as active and equal partner. Can Child in Canada played an important role in this process. Family-centered praxis is based on special values, attitudes, and approaches. Sorry, I can't continue with the, now. Okay, family-centered praxis recognizes that each family is unique and that the family is the constant in the child's life, and that the family members are experts on the child's abilities and needs. A basic assumption of family-centered praxis is that the child with special needs develops best in a supportive family where the needs of all family members are considered. The intervention is aimed at the family as a unit and not primarily only at the child with special needs. Parents are the decision makers in the child's life and the expert for their own needs and those of their child. Their values and decisions must be respected. When the professional understands the needs of the parents and support them in making decisions, this increases the well-being of the whole family, including the child with special needs. Each family member has competences, strengths, and resources that can flow into the intervention. However, family members also have needs, for example, for support, understanding, and information. These needs should also have their place in the intervention. The relationship between the family members and the professionals is key. It has an influence on the active participation of the family in the intervention process and so on the developmental context of the child. The relationship should be characterized by appreciation, respect, and openness between equal partners. In family-centered praxis, the competencies of the family members are the most important resources. Decision-making and action skills are trusted by parents, and the relationship between the family and the professional is based on trust. So this concludes my introduction on family-centered praxis. Now I will continue with the introduction of COPCA a little bit more in detail. COPCA is an acronym for Coping with and Caring for Infant with Special Needs, and it is a family-centered early intervention program. As you already heard on the theoretical background of COPCA, it is the family involvement delivered from family-centered praxis. That means COPCA coaches respect the autonomy of the family with its own criteria for quality of life. The family makes decisions and choices in the care of the infant with special needs. Each family is unique and has its family-specific parenting. Family members are equal partners in the intervention process and are participating actively. Beside the family-centered background, there is a neurodevelopmental background in COPCA, the neural group selection theory, which you already know. The neuromotor principles of COPCA are derived from this theory and implicate the importance of variation, exploration, and trial and error experiences in the motor development of the infant. Self-produced motor behavior at the limit of the infant's capacity play a pivotal role in the motor development. Last but not least, COPCA is rooted in the framework of the International Classification of Functioning Disability and Health for Children and Youth, the ICF-CY. COPCA takes activity and participation as the starting point of the intervention. The frameworks help to give equal value to promoting functional activity of the infant with special needs and family participation in all aspects of life. The environment in which the infant and the family lives is important and must be considered when planning the intervention. COPCA takes place in an enriched real-life environment, for example at the family's home or on a playing ground near the family's home or during daily caregiving activities. COPCA has two main goals. First, to support the empowerment of the individual family in the process of decision-making regarding functional activity and family participation in life, and second, to promote the infant's mobility, allowing for optimal participation in daily life and to prevent contractures and deformities. The focus is on goals related to activity and participation. Now I will introduce you the practical implementation of COPCA. Each COPCA session is based on a structured plan with a well-defined, specific, and attainable and relevant goal. The family is involved in goal setting and makes decisions and choices. Family and mobility goals are considered. The neurodevelopmental principles are taken into account. Goal attainment takes place during daily caregiving activities. What is the role of the family members? The family members in COPCA are active partners engaged in daily caregiving activities in a naturally occurring parenting situation. This ecological approach, in which the family members discover themselves how to implement principles of developmental stimulation best in daily life, is one option to achieve high dosing of activities, a critical aspect in early intervention. Challenging the infant is the main neuromotor action of COPCA. Practical implementation means also challenging the infant again and again at the limit of its capacity to actively explore varying forms of enriched real-life environment that offers the infant the opportunity for self-produced motor behavior and trial and error experiences. What is the role of the health profession? In COPCA, the role of the health profession is to be a coach. Being a coach demands specific knowledge and skills, plus particularly a certain attitude. The major strategy of COPCA is coaching. Practical implementation of coaching includes different forms of observation, active listening, asking open-ended questions, and give hints and suggestions, but no strict instructions. The communication between the family members and the COPCA coach is a bidirectional open dialogue between equal partners. Communication includes information exchange, reflection, and provision of feedback. Joint planning means that at the end of the session, the parents and the coach together plan which activities the family will try out during routine activities between the session. Now, a few words about coaching in COPCA. The goal of coaching is to empower the family members to discover their own strategies, capacities, and competences to challenge the infant with special needs in naturally occurring parenting situation. The definition of coaching in COPCA is based on the idea of the International Coaching Federation and means coaching is partnering with families in a thought-provoking and creative process. Coaching inspires families taking actions to maximize their personal potential in the realization of their visions, goals, and desires. Coaches honor the family as the experts of their lives and believes that every family member is creative and resourceful. COPCA's coaching approach is goal-oriented and complies with the 3 criteria of IVES. It is non-directive, solution-focused, and performance-driven. Being non-directive implies that the coach is a facilitator and stimulator of ideas and actions and not a trainer or instructor. Solution-focused means that the focus is on finding solutions to achieve specific aims. And being performance-driven emphasizes the focus on changing actions to improve performance through understanding of circumstances. A COPCA coach focuses on the whole family as a unit and implements equal partnership. A COPCA coach respects the autonomy of the family with their own criteria for quality of life. The coach believes in families' competences and capacities and aims to facilitate the family's capacities in the intervention process. The family's values, routines, and rituals are respected. In COPCA, we use coaching strategies like information exchange, active listening, shared observation, provision of hints and suggestion, asking reflective questions, provision of feedback, illustration with example, and joint planning. The coach appreciates the unique situation of each family, including the family's cultural background. It recognizes their coaching strategies and offers a tailored intervention that is adapted to the strengths, resources, decisions, goals, and needs of the family members and the child with special needs. The coaching strategies are applied and adapted to the individual needs of the family in a non-directive way. Parent-child interaction, fun, and play are three important concepts in KOPCA. In KOPCA, parents remind parents there are in relationship-oriented and daily caregiving interaction with the child. The interaction between the family and the infant is of great importance for the development of the child, for the cognitive, motor, language, social, emotional, and playing activity. Therefore, the most important education strategy of KOPCA is to accompany the parent-child interaction through coaching. Fun means that pleasure that comes with doing something. Positive experiences, success lead to repetition and exploration of behavior and thus represents an important experience for learning. Play is an important interactive tool to support the child's development in all developmental areas: motor development, cognitive development, language development, and also social emotional development. And yes, quite often it is also a question of the right toy. Now we continue with the research evidence in KOPCA. Meina, I give you the word. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirin. So I am now shortly reviewing what do we know from research about the effectiveness of KOPCA. And when you talk about evidence in early intervention, we have to distinguish two groups. The first group is the infants at moderate risk. And here we are thinking of children born preterm, for instance, but not having a serious lesion of the brain. And most research has been done in these infants at moderate risk. And the literature has told us that what we know what works is parental support, and especially supporting parent-infant interaction. What also works are the infant developmental programs, so that parents learn how they, in their own situation, can stimulate infant development. And we also know very well that there is no evidence whatsoever that NDT BOBAT or VOITA therapy in these groups has a positive effect. So rather not use these techniques in these infants. So what do we know about KOPCA in these infants? We have one randomized controlled trial, and Shirin was the first author of this study, where 16 preterm infants without a serious lesion of the brain were studied. 6 months of KOPCA was compared with 6 months of what we called typical infant physiotherapy. That means the typical physiotherapy provided in Switzerland, and that means that this therapy is largely based on NDT BOBAT. The intervention started at early age, between 0 and 5 months corrected age, and the infants were assessed at 3 and 6 months of intervention, and once again at the age of 18 months. And the infant motor profile, a qualitative motor assessment instrument, was the primary outcome measure. Oh, next slide. And here you see one of the outcomes. So the outcome here is the variation score of the infant motor profile. And the bold line is the COPCA group, and the other line, the TIP group. And you see that during the intervention, both groups improve. But now the interesting thing is when the intervention has stopped, we see that the COPCA group continues to improve. And that is not the case in the control group. And we think we can explain this because the families understood during the intervention, through the coaching, they understood how they, in their own daily caregiving situations, can stimulate infant development. And so they can continue with these principles also when the intervention has stopped. We move to the second group. We also evaluated by means of taking videos of intervention sessions in all infants. We made multiple videos of an entire intervention session in order to understand what was happening during infant physiotherapy, because we know that infant physiotherapy is very heterogeneous. So we made the videos, we had a pile of videos, and those were analyzed quantitatively, and we really could see that what happened during COPCA was really different from what was happening during TIP. But this information also allowed us to correlate what was happening during the intervention with outcome. And so we found that a lower IMP score in the variation domain at 18 months was associated with more time that the caregivers were trained. So more training of the caregivers was associated with a worse IMP variation score. And also when the children were allowed to produce a little bit self-motor behavior, but then immediately the physiotherapist put on the hands on the infant. So the more that happened, the lower the infant motor profile variation score at 18 months was. And we also found that the milestone scores of the infant motor profile was higher at 18 months, the more time was spent with caregiver coaching. So coaching is good, caregiver training was associated with worse outcome. Next slide. Now we go to the second group. The second group are infants at very high risk of neurodevelopmental disorders, and we are thinking of children with a serious lesion of the brain or children with clearly abnormal general movements at the corrected age of 3 months, fidgety age. And here in the literature is strongly reduced because there are a limited amount of studies and small groups only. And here we did 2 COPCA trials in the Netherlands. So in one study, we had 3 months of randomized intervention COPCA versus the Dutch type of typical infant physiotherapy, and the Dutch type of TIP is a mix of NDT and more functional physiotherapy. And the other, so one study we had 3 months of intervention, and the other study we had 12 months of intervention. And we found in the first study that motor outcome at 18 months in both groups was similar, and we found that the cognitive outcome at 18 months in the COPCA group improved, and it did not in the TIP group, and the improvement occurred in particular in families with mothers with a relatively low education. In the second study, we found that motor and cognitive outcome at 21 months was similar, and we found that parental well-being in the COPCA group improved and not in the TIP group. Of course, we were a little bit disappointed that the differences were not very large between the groups, but we had anticipated that, and therefore we also did in this study the video recordings of the intervention, so we really had piles of videos, and the videos taught us that indeed a better motor outcome of the children was associated with more time spent during the intervention with coaching, and also with the child being challenged to produce all by itself the movements. We also found that more time spent with passive motor experiences was associated with a worse motor outcome, and children who were not with cerebral palsy, we found that more hands-on techniques used during the intervention was associated with a worse motor outcome. Last but not least, we also found that more time spent with coaching was associated with better family empowerment. So if I sum up, what do we know about the scientific evidence of COPCA? The two components, both the family and child development, have a sound theoretical foundation. The studies with high methodological quality validated the effectiveness of the working mechanisms. And so we know that it's important for the family is the equal partnership, the coaching, play and fun, and the focus on participation for the child, the NGST principles, including self-produced movements, being challenged, and trial and error. And we think that knowledge on COPCA is important for all professionals in child development, so not only for physiotherapists. Shirin.
Thank you. Actually, I'd like to inform you about how to become a COPCA course, and that means you need an infant motor profile course, because infant motor profile is an important outcome measure in this form of early intervention. Then you need indeed knowledge of normal development of the child, current work in the field of pediatric physiotherapy or occupational therapy, which also means access to children under 2 years of age is required during the course. Then opportunity to accompany an infant and a family during the course, which means about 9 months. And then, the infant motor profile is a video-based, Meina told about it, is a video-based instrument to assess infant motor development in infant aged 3 to 18 months. And the IMP is a very responsive child outcome measure for early intervention. So the COPCA course used the IMP also for goal setting together with the family members, and to evaluate the motor outcome of the infant during the intervention process. The infant motor profile is a 2-day course which is offered before of the COPCA course. The curriculum of the COPCA course is 6 contact days offered 3 times 2 days, with 3 to 4 days months intervals in between, so that the participants have the possibility to go back in their everyday practical life and to train COPCA with the families. Then accompanying the course, self-study in form of study literature, creating videos and applying reflection method. 2 individual online coaching between the contact days are received. So these are related to the intervention session. And at the end, there will be a final exam in form of a video recorded intervention session with reflection and conclusion. So with this, we are finished with our presentation, and if there are some questions, we are ready to answer them. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū už pranešimą. Ir turime laiko.
Thank you for your presentation, and we have time for one short question. Since the professors will not remain with us throughout the remainder of the discussion, so now's your chance to ask any immediate questions right now.
Tai turbūt klausimų nėra, tiesiog.
Well, I guess there are no questions. Let me just remind you that this was a very in-depth and serious topic that was just covered. Perhaps it's not so easy to process all of that information so quickly. In any case, you will be able to review this presentation because we're making a video recording as well. And let me just also inform you that the conference is also registered on the Meta system, and so you will be able to receive your certificate of participation if you need them. Just contact Laura, who will issue those certificates to you. So some technical information at this point, and we're now looking forward to some other serious presentations. And after the coffee break, perhaps we will look into some more practical approaches. With that, let me now give the floor to Associate Professor Dr. Indrė Bakanienė. She is the head of the Children's Rehabilitation Clinic, and she will tell you about the latest approach to the early intervention for children with autism. So please, the floor is yours.
Mano pranešimas sudarys dvi dalis. Pirmoje dalyje kalbėsiu apie tokias.
I will speak about a couple of things in my presentation. My first part of presentation will be focused on Professor Green's ideas, and in the second part of my presentation I will talk about PACT therapy, which is applied for children with autism. So in 2022, one of the most prestigious biomedical science journals, Lancet, published an article by Professor Green, which caused some repercussions within the scientific community. He offered in his article a new approach. What Professor deems as defective in our present system is that all of the services for parents are reactive rather than proactive. In other words, the system is focused on problem solving rather than avoiding or preventing those problems. Diagnosis is made at a very late stage, and so assistance is not as effective as it could be, is what he maintains. He also believes that the system is quite fragmented, and we don't have any scientific-based interventions for autism rehabilitation. All of those interventions that we are using are, in a way, scientifically based, but from the current point of view of medicine, they're still not fully scientifically based. So Professor Green maintains that services are provided by specialists from different fields, but no one has yet proved that this is the right way to go about it, that it is effective enough, and that it's costly. And so in applying the current principle, those services are becoming less available. He also criticizes the fact that the dosage of services is not clear. It is not clear how optimal the intervention should be. And so he says that more is better. That's the principle that is maintained at the moment. But there's also this ethical dilemma that we're forced to deal with, he says. Because if we don't know how effective those interventions are, and do we violate the rights of those children or not? So Professor Green offers a different approach towards autism. When it comes to therapy for such children, he says that, well, yes, indeed, we do not have a fully scientifically based model, so let's perhaps look at other chronic diseases that do follow a certain scientifically based system. Well, let's take diabetes mellitus, depression, and similar diseases, and the approaches to treating these diseases. So first of all, he notes that there is a strong focus on prevention and early diagnosis when it comes to such diseases. There are certain screening programs, let's say, for oncological diseases, which is effective. If we take diabetes mellitus, there were some major breakthroughs to treating this disease. First of all was certainly the invention of the insulin, but then another one was reached when patients were taught how to monitor their glycemic levels, to dose insulin, to evaluate their diet. So these diseases have very clear algorithms as to how they need to be treated, what should be the dosage, the duration of treatment, which is optimal, because no one says that more drugs or surgeries are better. Treatment is prescribed as much as necessary. There are certain rules in play as well. And certainly, monitoring the patient and his condition when it comes to treating those chronic diseases is necessary. Sometimes it is necessary to reduce the dosages, for instance, or increase them. So Professor Green offers an algorithm as to how the current system should change. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, I will not be able to cover the entire suggestion of his, but I would just like to focus on the beginning of that algorithm, which is focused on diagnostics related to infants. So as I have said, applying intervention as early as possible is a must, even before the emergence of the first systems. And perhaps focusing diagnostics and management of diagnostics into the hands of the family is very important. And certainly some sort of assessment instruments in the intervention process are important. If we want to focus on prophylaxis from the early stage, we have to be able to notice the first symptoms of autism. Science has already provided answers with respect to this. We know that infants with autism up to 5 to 6 months of age will have autism in the future and who will not develop in the same way. So the first symptoms can be observed within 5 to 6 months of an infant, and they become more marked in between 7th and 8th month. Likewise, we know that that's when the major changes in the brain emerge between 7 and 18 months of age. Greater neuro variety is characteristic of people with autism. People with autism and their brains are characteristic of the different brain structures. A research conducted in 2017 notes that major changes in the brain occur at the age of 7 to 18 months. So certainly autism is a genetic disorder. Even in pregnancy, during pregnancy, it is possible to determine whether or not the child will bear genes that will be connected to the development of certain parts of the brain that are responsible for the development of autism. So when the infant is more interested in the environment and less interested in his or her parents, that's the moment in time when parents feel at a loss, because they no longer understand how they should communicate with their child. They do not know why the child is crying. They don't know what is happening with the child. And that's when the disconnect between the parents and the child emerges. And this contributes and adds to this genetic predisposition of a child. And so the initial motor sensory disorder becomes complicated, and complicates further, adding speech disorders to that as well. So we have to understand that the autistic brain develops in a very early phase of development. So we have to be able to monitor the first signs of a typical development. So Professor Green is crazy about various technological developments, so that's when an app was developed by him, so that parents could also be able to use this app. This app has some very interesting videos enabling parents to have a better understanding as to which behavior is typical and which is atypical. This social attention and communication surveillance scale available on this app enables parents to detect the signs of autism. Based on this scale, children aged 12 to 24 months might be prone to be autistic. I myself favor this app very much, and I would definitely recommend it for other specialists, especially those who understand English. This app even helps after diagnosis by specialists is delivered, but this app helps the parents to better understand what they are now dealing with following the delivery of diagnosis. So once we suspect autism, how should we behave further on? So there are two therapies available. IBAS's VIPP is meant for educating children that have that have high risk of autism. That's namely for children aged 12 to 24 months. And PACT therapy is meant for parents with children aged 2 years and beyond that. The first one is more experimental therapy, so I will be focusing more on PACT therapy. So PACT therapy was developed mainly for the UK, for the NHS system. We know that the Brits like to economize everything, so they've developed a therapy that is cost-effective, low intensive. It lasts a year, And the parents under this therapy have to commit to play with their child for 30 minutes a day. They agree with their therapist what kind of games will be played, what goals will be determined. Once they learn how to take care of their child, they understand that they have to apply these activities in their daily lives. They meet a specialist once a month during the first semester, 2 times a month during the first semester, and once a month in the second semester. The most effective therapy is during the first semester, and the system, the NHS system mainly focuses on the assistance for parents during the first semester, because the effectiveness of the system is monitored within this period in particular. Like I said, this program is designed for children aged 2 to 10, and again, it depends on the communicative skills of children. It can be applied isolated or in combination with other therapeutic methods. It is based on the positive parenting education program, and it follows the coaching leadership strategy for child rehabilitation as the COPCA program. I tried to translate this word into coaching, but this is treated as the most effective mode of education for for adults. Coaching was something that was mainly developed in sports and then was adapted elsewhere. I had the chance to communicate with my colleagues who became COPCA coaches, and they informed me that they are following the same principles as within this program. So in other words, the PACT therapy aims to help parents understand an autistic child and learn to communicate with him. Once parents learn to work with their children who are autistic, they are able to integrate those skills in other fields of life as well. This therapy also helps to reduce stress and anxiety, because we're talking about children who feel anxiety because they are not fully understood by their nearest environment. The program is developed into 6 stages. It starts from the general focus and then moves into synchronization and sensitivity, because the focus of a child can be developed within the first 2 years of the child's life. To have a better understanding of the PACT program, I would like to show you some videos. So the first stage is when this general focus is made, when a general connection is established. So children who are focused on some kind of activity, as well as parents who are focused on the same activity, demonstrate to the child that they are focused on the same thing. So let's say if a mother is focused on some kind of thing, makes certain gestures, the infant understands that, and that what they are doing is related to what the mother is looking at or doing something. Usually children with autistic find it difficult to maintain this joint connection with a child, with a parent. So let me show you the first video. That's the very beginning, because the mother still does not know how she should work with the child. She says, "Bring it to me."
Jų tikslas yra kuo ilgiau išbūti kartu,
The purpose here is to work together for as long as possible and to observe each other while doing that.
nes pradedama iš tikrųjų taip, kad be labai aiškių gairių, paskui yra aptarinėjama.
So everything begins without any specific guidelines in place, and the mother must find her own way how to maintain the contact with the child for as long as possible. In the beginning, she started with instructions, inviting the child, but she should instead seek the child herself and see what he's interested in. So the specialist in this case is not working directly with the child. The parents are doing that. They make videos of their activities with the child. The specialist takes out certain excerpts from the videos, a positive example and a worse episode from that video, and then the specialist discussed with the parents what was good and what could be improved, and then they focus on the next stage where goals and targets are set for the parents, not for the child. Let's say that the parent has to learn how to talk less, how to wait until something happens, to be more patient, and so on. So this is another video during a more advanced stage.
Bando pamėgdžioti.
So she now tries to imitate the child.
Jie atkartoja vaiką, čia irgi svarbu.
She tries to repeat the actions made by the child.
Ir pirmą etapą toj vietoj mes baigiam.
And this completes the first stage because during the entire period, at least 50% of that time, she maintained contact with the child.
Так, пуск.
Žodžiu, įdomu tai, kad iš tikrųjų
What is interesting to note is that once we reached the target set for the first stage and the child continues to maintain contact with the mother, the child then is able to start attending a kindergarten. Due to the lack of time, I will not continue to show you those videos. You just have to believe me. So next stage is related to speech speaking skills and their development, and as well as other skills in their development. So is it scientifically proven? Not yet, but this is the most scientifically proved intervention so far. And there is certain evidence available already. So there is definitely some new breakthroughs in delivering intervention for children with autism. There are different coachings developed, and it certainly takes two to tango. So we definitely have different methodologies and different interventions available. One of them is called It Takes Two to Talk. There's another one, PACT, that I have talked to you, and certainly COPCO. We've also heard some good news about new funding that will be available for future European instruments that will be also available for Lithuania. And we're happy that new instruments will be available. And hopefully we will be able to work in an innovative way as much as other countries are also working in this respect, because we seem to be lagging behind compared to other countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So much practical information. I wanted to ask how much these therapies are being applied in Lithuania. Well, this is such a very beginning. Yes, we have KOPKA certified representatives in Lithuania. Their presentations will be made after the coffee break. And now I would like to give the floor to another speaker to speak on the cooperation between specialists and families. I give the floor to Dr. Jolvita Petrulytė. She is a child therapist in Santara Clinics. So the floor is yours.
Labą dieną.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to have such a conference in the Lithuanian Parliament on a very relevant topic, the inclusion of parents in the therapies and intervention into children with disabilities. I will take this brief period of time to share my experience in early rehabilitation of child disorders have noticed in cooperation with parents. First, since we have here experts from various fields, I would like to stress that early rehabilitation in Lithuania has the experience of 30 years. We have started from a very simple scheme when we saw a gap in assistance for children from birth till 3 years of age. We sought for the possibilities to help parents of children who are not in preschool education in order to develop this, to foster this development of children. And in 30 years, we have made a very wide network. In 2000, we had 30 institutions. Now we have 69 institutions, which is a network across Lithuania. And the services are provided closer to home. And the algorithm of provision of services have become a complicated scheme. We have three-tier institutions that provide such services on various levels. Importantly, in terms of today's topic, I wanted to stress that the involvement of parents in this assistance have been at the focus for 30 years. And based on scientific findings, the inclusion of parents and recommendations for parents result in the efficiency and effectiveness of early rehabilitation. We could divide methods into those that are focusing on the child only, those that are focused on the involvement of parents, and also family support. And family support methods are related to the support for families and psychological counseling for families in crisis situations. Here I mentioned all the methods used by different experts and specialists in order to integrate parents into all the therapies that are provided for the child. So during all the therapies, monitoring of the interaction between parents and children, I made the task for all the experts and specialists during all the services is the inclusion of parents and also the coaching of parents on providing help to their children. We have inpatient and outpatient centers, and here we encourage peer coaching of parents and also the education on parenting. We also have videos and literature that we use to help our parents. And this we use for different types of parents, for parents of premature children, preterm children, and also parents coaching program for parents with children with the autism disorder. We have a very wide variety of methodological resources that can be used in Lithuania. And it depends very much on individual specialists on how much those resources are being used. In this presentation, I would like to give the analysis of cause and effect, why there's a lack of methodology. We will hear some reflections from parents on that, signaling the lack of coaching or training parents or the lack of cooperation on the part of specialists. I agree with that because cooperation is not a simple thing. It is related to a multitude of human factors. So let's look at them briefly. So first of all, we have to have in mind what kind of methodology, no matter what kind of methodology we apply. Today we speak about the new methodologies that are very well structured, but all the methodologies come in a certain context, and this translates into the model between parents and specialists. And here are 4 types of cooperations or relationships between professionals and patients. And those models depend on the power and control balance. From the Soviet system, we have inherited the patronizing model when we want to instruct and direct patients and their parents and tell them what to do. In modern world, we face a consumer model when professionals are being ordered around by patients. We want, of course, to have the partner model of our relationships when we together set the objectives and ways to achieve them. If we want to achieve those objectives, we want to have good relationship with between professionals and patients. And certainly there are some future prospects where doctors or professionals could be changed by artificial intelligence doctors. We want to look at this cooperation between parents and professionals as a model where we have to find certain common points and common ground and to set the common goal to be achieved. Certainly we have this willingness to direct, to instruct and teach, and therefore we are tempted to convince patients to think the way we think and to implement all our recommendations. But we have to find this common ground, and it is quite unrealistic to hope that professionals and patients have the same attitude towards the problem. What influences communication and cooperation between professionals and parents? In today's world, we have neurodiversity and also the diversity of values, and therefore this makes a huge effect on our cooperation and communication with the patients. Those who used to work 30 years ago and who work still now see this huge change of attention that can be given by parents to their children. Previously, we did not have any television sets or digital devices. Now our parents very often become the users of services. They devote time for careers, for self-development, and we need to accept that. And as we think about cooperation between specialists and patients, we tend to think that all parent teaching and coaching programs are directed at changing parents so that they can behave differently. But I believe that we have to start from ourselves. This is the basis of many philosophies. So first, if we want to change others, we want to change ourselves. And I hope that our specialists will not get offended, but I have indicated several characteristics that are not very favorable in specialists. And we have different methods for different behaviors of specialists. This depends on lack of self-confidence, avoiding observers, evaluation, avoiding inconvenience of challenges. We can find the reasons for some negative qualities of specialists, but this is a hindrance to cooperation. We also have a huge variety that also affects communication and cooperation, which includes a diversity of partnerships, diversity of families, parents, values, family circumstances, backgrounds. We have to bear in mind that both specialists and parents are personalities, and they have their own personality traits, and this is very important in building the relationship. We cannot direct the methodologies at parents, and we cannot copy-paste all the methods in all the cases. Cooperation is among the living beings, and first we need to get to know the people we're working with. Modern psychology helps us to take part in different training courses according to personality types, and teaches us how to communicate with different types of personalities, and we need to be able to do that. We are seeing much literature on different types of generations, X, Y, and Z, and their different attitudes to life. One of the newest models in healthcare in general is the trauma-informed care, which helps us to see every person in the perspective of his or her long-term experience on the type of attachment a person had. We also know that developmental disorders are inherited. This means that we also face parents that have developmental disorders. And every day we have to take into consideration the stage of grief of parents. If we have parent coaching and training programs, they have to consider that if we have parents who are overexposed to that, who feel tired, they cannot be instructed to do one or another task, because parents very often have only basic needs to eat, to have rest. This means that we need to think about assistance or respite for parents. Therefore, it means that all the methods depend on the stage of the grief of parents of the child. And finally, cooperation depends on the coaching methods that we favor most. And we have to consider whether we want parents to see, whether we want to see parents as our partners, or we want to see them as pupils who perform all the tasks we give them, or we wish to see parents as observers without much intervention and without too much of commenting. Scientific research shows that passive parents are more likely to complain later on the help and services they received. And also they become distant parents as a result. Therefore, we want to involve parents to make them more active in this process. All these factors are important in order to achieve the maximum efficiency, parent involvement, and implementation of recommendations at home. We want parents to play and communicate with children, interact with children, so that they are empowered. These seem to be basic things in our work, but I believe that this should be taught as a basic course of university education for our specialists, so that we can achieve the objectives that we've set. This is a takeaway slide. We can play a game here. A part of specialists discuss the expectations of parents, and another part of the audience discuss the expectations of professionals from parents, which means that we all expect the same things from each other, which is kind communication, hearing out, understanding, compassion, trust, respect, for the specialist competence, opinion, willingness to cooperate, to help the child, and also achieving common goals. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I wish you all the best in your cooperation efforts. Thank you.
Ir iš tiesų, ta
Thank you very much. Indeed, with that thought that we would like to be able to hear each other and understand our children as much as possible, let's finish our first part of this event, and let's have a coffee break and come back after that. Refresh yourselves and come back for the second part of the event. Thank you.
Kviečiame sugrįžti į salę, tuoj pradėsime konferenciją.
Please come back to the hall. We're going to start the conference the second part of the conference soon.
Gerai, tai pradėsime antrąją konferenciją.
Let us begin the second part of the conference. Hope that you're all back, and I hope that those who have joined us online are also back. Let us respect others. In the first part, we heard about KOPKA methodology. Which is being already applied in Lithuania. Kristina Zalanskienė and Asta Eitmanytė-Kalecke, both from the University of Health Sciences, will present the application of this methodology in Lithuania in practice. Good afternoon, I'm Kristina Zalanskienė, kinesiotherapy, and I have occupational therapist Asta Eitmanytė-Kalecke together with me. We work together in the Child Development and Rehabilitation Center of the University of Health Sciences of Kaunas. We want to thank Professors Mana and Shirin from a wonderful presentation of KOPKA. We are very happy to present the first implementation efforts of the KOPKA program in Lithuania. We will speak about the stages of this program implementation in Lithuania and the experience and future plans. We hope that our presentation will be valuable for you and will incite the discussion on this topic.
We started working with KOPKA after Professor Maina Haders invited us and introduced KOPKA program to us, how it's being applied in inpatient and outpatient environment. I graduated from the program in Zurich Applied Sciences University. I've applied also the things I've learned in my own PhD. This activity also enriched my professional activities and helped me better understand KOPKA program and its principles, as well as its methods that are successfully being applied here in Lithuania. A few years later, I was invited to establish a center for training KOPKA coaches in the Baltic states. We've signed a cooperation agreement with Zurich University that's becoming licensed KOPKA coaching facility. The team is led by me, as well as occupational therapists, kinesiotherapists, and others. In 2023, members of our team graduated from the training program, which enabled them to apply KOPKA program. This was the beginning of a very difficult stage because we had to translate all the materials and apply them to the Lithuanian context. We have been working with mobile teams, and we launched a project that covers assistance for families that have children with disabilities and that are dealing with severe crisis. These mobile teams are composed of social workers, psychologists, nurses, and other therapists. At the moment, there are 31 families that receive coaching on the KOPCA program. KOPCA program was implemented both in family homes as well as in inpatient facilities. I have been working as a kinesiotherapist for the past 10 years and as a KOPCA coach for the past 5 years. I've improved professionally and personally. Becoming a KOPCA coach was a challenge, but it was also a part of a growing process. KOPCA program challenged me to be able to better listen to the parents, to become better partners to parents in seeking better experiences for children. This program also confirmed my belief that successful communication and cooperation with parents was a very important part of the KOPCA program. And now I would like to pass over the floor to my colleague Asta to continue. Thank you very much. I will continue by saying that I have been working in the field for the past 17 years, and I've learned about KOPCA program from my colleague Kristina, who has invited me to join the KOPCA Lithuania team. The new knowledge I've gained enriched my activities in applying KOPCA program, and in becoming a coach, I've definitely faced certain challenges. Among the major challenges was to understand the role of a coacher and not to cross those very thin line between coaching and instructing. Coaching refers to empowering family members to come up with their own strategies. It's about the ability to train certain competences and skills within parents to work with their children with special skills. It's also about providing special, employing special methods and therapies. I've also observed that my role as a therapist in this entire coaching process was to become a therapist who is capable of listening to the needs of parents as opposed to instructing the parents. In the initial meetings with parents, parents expected a traditional therapy session where the therapist is instructing as to what needs to be done with the child. And so this required having several initial meetings for the parents to have a better understanding of what's the difference between traditional therapy and the therapy and the KOPCA program. Another challenge that I've also encountered was the need by the parents to try out several therapies in parallel. However, bearing in mind the philosophy of KOPCA, parents have the right to choose. That's one of the main aspects of our cooperation process. So let me briefly present to you one of my cases. We started with this family from so-called traditional therapy, and then we moved to KOPCA program. So in this photo you can see a boy diagnosed with cerebral palsy. In the beginning, the parents were offered functional limitation therapy, scientifically based available therapy, but observing the frustration of a child and anxiety of parents in the failure to have confidence in their skills, as well as mother's sense of guilt for failing to stick with the protocol of functional limitation therapy, during our general discussion, we suggested them trying out KOPCA program. And and include both the elements of both therapies in parallel. Following the application of COPA program, the anxiety levels of parents reduced. By engaging actively parents, we were looking for solutions to be applied in their daily lives, in playing games, in washing up, in eating, and other daily activities involving the parents and the child. It was very nice to see the engagement, active engagement of not only the mother but also the father, and certainly the positive emotions of a child throughout the application of the program. It is worthwhile mentioning that the targets set by parents were successfully achieved, as mentioned by professors initially. When parents are well aware of what they need to achieve, or when they are aware of the targets set, it is much easier for them to include them in their daily activities. Let me also present to you the feedback of parents following the application of COPA program. So one of them said that I understand how important it is to communicate with a specialist, how it is important to be actively engaged as opposed to sitting passively nearby. Another parent said that she gained ideas as to what they could do every day. And parents were in general very satisfied with the program. Another parent says that we've gained more courage to try out new activities on a daily basis. Another experience was of a mother who said that she liked it, that she liked to be a specialist and to be the one in charge to lay out all the activities. So I will now pass over the floor to my colleague to tell you about the parents who participated in our program. Yes, so in 2023-2024, we conducted an international study including the experience of parents from Germany, Lithuania, Spain, Switzerland, and Turkey. 10 interviews with families were conducted, and we received 29 questionnaires. To sum up, the needs of parents could be identified as followed: reliable relations with a therapist throughout the early intervention, and the outcomes of the early intervention should be connected to optimum development of a child. Parents were willing to be actively engaged in the intervention, and intervention should be adapted to the individual needs of the family. The majority of parents preferred home environment where the intervention should be applied. As regards the experiences of the parents, all of the parents were very satisfied with the program. None of the parents mentioned some kind of negative experiences. The parents found it important to participate actively in the intervention. The therapy was meant for the entire family and especially useful for the family's daily activities. The parents started trusting their skills and their competences much more in taking care of the child, and the majority of parents were happy with the progress they've seen in their child and that they were able to contribute to that. And the final conclusion of the study was that the parents share similar needs in the early intervention process, and that the COPA program should empower parents to have greater confidence in taking care of their child. The relation between specialists and family should be based on mutual trust. Family should be included in the intervention process. As for our future plans, we are going to conduct a training under the Infant Motor Profile Program, which should be led by Professor Maina Haider-Zargler. This training should focus on the training of specialists working with the children aged 3 to 18 months. They will also, those who will graduate from this program will also be able to take part in KOPKA training in Lithuania that will be held in 2025. So that will be it on our part. If you are interested in signing up for the training, you can see the email on the slide where you can register for such training. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. You still have 2 minutes, so we can take the time to ask questions. Would there be any questions at this point?
Jeigu ne, tai pereinam prie
If no, we move to another presentation, which seems to be very important. I want to give the floor to Aiste Urbonavičienė from Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. She's a psychologist, psychotherapist. She will speak about rehabilitation for a child. Have we not forgotten parents? And I think that parents' involvement in this stage of child development is very important. I say the floor is yours.
Tai dar kartą labai.
Good afternoon once again. I would like to speak about the role of parents in the process of rehabilitation and in bringing up the child with disabilities. When we hear the word rehabilitation of children, child's rehabilitation, do we really understand the meaning behind this term? Is it only about a child? Do we have a child being in an empty space? No, a child lives in a family. And behind that, we see the concept of a family. And irrespective of whether this is a natural biological family or foster family, the smaller the child, the greater the role of parents in the process. Very often the child is not on his or her own. Very often he or she is with the parent, depending on the age. What the need for rehabilitation means. This means that there is a certain disability which we want to mitigate or to eliminate or minimize with the help of different methods in order to solve the problem. If we have a certain problem, this means that this problem affects the life of the entire family and not only of a child. And how does this happen? First, the discovery of the fact and the acceptance of the fact that the development of the child is delayed, on that there is a need of certain theories and therapies, and this is sometimes difficult to accept for the family. Sometimes parents try to deny the problem or trying to look for some secret methods or some magic methods to heal, to treat their children. And this is an unexpected knowledge, unexpected discovery, meaning the discovery of a disorder. It shows a certain period of grief. This means that in order to accept the situation, we need to experience a certain period of grief or disillusionment. And sometimes parents need to change their lifestyles and need to change their previous expectations. Sometimes they manage to do that in a year or in a decade, and sometimes parents are stuck in the in the stage of grief forever. The diagnosis changes the life of the entire family, the relationship between brothers and sisters, and also the relations with the child with disabilities. Why this happens? One of the reasons is attention. A child with disabilities or with a certain disease requires much more attention. The absence of a mother or a father when they leave for the rehabilitation with the child means a loss for other children or siblings of the child. The smaller is the child, the more difficult it is for the child to understand the situation and to get into terms with the situation. And it might be quite difficult for a child to accept the situation of the absence of one parent. It also might impede the relationship between siblings. This might foster anger, because this means certain limitations for the lives of the siblings as well. In my practice, I've seen when, for example, a brother was not able to travel together with a family abroad due to a certain disease. This was not recommended. Another case is when a girl could not invite her friends home because she was afraid of her brother having an attack. So this means that the disease or disability impacts the siblings of the child, of the affected child. Another thing is that the relationships between parents also change. Parents might place guilt on each other for various reasons. We also see other aspects, for example, greater financial needs for services. And it sometimes is difficult for mothers to balance between taking care of a child with disabilities and working, and the financial burden very often falls on the shoulders of one parent. So I've given you the picture of the situation when a disability affects the entire family, which means that the service and help should be given to the entire family and not only to the child with disabilities. Let us not only focus on the child, let us help the entire family, and this will be much more effective. In my experience in rehabilitation hospital, I have seen situations that after the rehabilitation of their child, they would need rehabilitation too, or emotional rehabilitation. In some cases, parents would tell me that the rehabilitation process was a traumatic experience for them, and they don't want to return to similar institutions. I want to analyze this topic at a deeper angle. I wanted to let parents express their thoughts and opinions. One of the fears that parents have is that they are afraid to express their needs, to express their concerns, as that might influence further rehabilitation prospects and possibilities for their child. So in order to reduce this fear of parents to voice their concerns, I organized my questionnaire anonymously. I made a questionnaire. I shared it among the groups of parents of children with disabilities, developmental disorders, or those that seek rehabilitation services. This was an anonymous questionnaire, and it could be filled in by any parent who sought any kind of rehabilitation services, no matter the city or town. I received the answers from 102 respondents, and as you can see in this graph, 66% use rehabilitation for their child in the last 12 months, and 66% use rehabilitation services more than 4 times. So we can see that the largest majority of respondents have children with very serious problems that greatly affect and change the life of the entire family. And only a small part, only 7% of respondents said that they sought rehabilitation only once. Since very often parents fail to differentiate between habilitation and rehabilitation. So I did not differentiate between the two in my study. According to the diagnostical differences, you can see the differences here: cerebral palsy, autistic disorders, and also mixed developmental disorders, as well as other disorders. Only 52% of parents or respondents were fully in favor and fully appreciated their rehabilitation. And now I would like to speak on the problems that are seen by parents. These are mostly psychological. 62% of parents said that they wanted to have psychological counseling for themselves rather than the child. Certainly they received the psychological counseling for children, but 62% of them want to have psychological counseling for parents. Why do parents need psychological counseling? I also asked parents to indicate their feelings while in rehabilitation, and 45% said that they had positive feelings during the rehabilitation. Luckily, children had a much better well-being during rehabilitation. You might ask that this might probably be the continuous feeling of parents before and after rehabilitation. And the evaluation of the feelings after rehabilitation in the scale from 1 to 10 as 6 is not very high. 3% of parents said that they felt to be downgraded in the rehabilitation institution. 24% experienced that sometimes they were being downgraded, they were being accused for the child's health, for being there. And these are very concerning numbers. 10% of respondents say that they did not receive any support. And there was a lack of empathy. 14% of respondents said that they really failed to see the empathy during the rehabilitation. 59% of the respondents wanted to have the respite from the rehabilitation during the rehabilitation. So this means that we have certain problems, and we need to correct the situation and improve this situation. We want to improve the situation and the feelings of parents in order to improve the well-being of their children. Well, these are the typical responses of parents that they want to improve. Parents want to have psychological counseling. They want support. Physical environment was also indicated as something that parents really need. Parents want to see better conditions during the rehabilitation, more toys, more facilities and resources in order to have leisure zones to be more adapted to the needs of their children. A certain part of the respondents with children with F8, F4 diagnosis said, which is autism, said that they feel to be left on their own when their child is 4. They feel abandoned. And nowadays, the educational institutions are not sufficiently ready to accept such children into the education system. If we improve the aspects I've mentioned, maybe we would have greater numbers of those willing to seek rehabilitation services. I hope that this presentation brings in some practical recommendations and practical considerations. As far as my experience and takeaway from this study is that we need to ensure psychological counseling not only for children but also for parents, that there should be separate two counselings for children and for parents. And we need to ensure that parents are not being abandoned or feel or lack to feel compassion. So this means that the environment should be more supportive. And certainly in some rehabilitation institutions, certainly we need to have the improvement of physical environment.
Parodantis realius.
A very important presentation indeed, which demonstrates what the situation actually is, which also is the voice of caution for the ministries as well. Maybe there are questions at this point. Yes, I have one. Have you also surveyed parents with children suffering from oncological diseases and receiving some kind of rehabilitation services? So could you comment on that? Well, we've asked the parents to indicate the main diagnosis of their child. So oncological disease was absent across all of the questionnaires that we have received, so I cannot comment on that. Yes, please. Good afternoon. Did the doctors working with those families also take part in this survey? Because the doctors tend to be blamed for lacking empathy. So I wonder if you also looked in your research into the feelings of the specialists also working with those families, because we've heard previously how differently doctors react to different things in their work. So I wonder how is how are the feelings of doctors, specialists assessed? So do you intend to conduct a similar research then with regards to the doctors and how they feel in working with these families? Thank you. Well, I am mainly a psychologist, psychotherapist practitioner. I do not conduct such research on a daily basis unless I find it personally and professionally necessary in my own daily activities. I'm not a scientist and I have not intended to do that, but this is a very good idea that you have presented, and perhaps I will look into that, and maybe the results might look different with regards to doctors. So that would be an idea for the future as to what I could do. If there would be one more question, we still have time for that. But it's a pleasure to see us moving towards a wider debate. Now, if there is no question at this point, so let us move on to the next presentation. So far we have been talking about the doctor's, parents' perspective, but I wonder what's the role of the state in this regard? To do that, to tell us about that, we would now like to give the floor to Ms. Rimantė Venclovienė. She is the advisor to the Service Expertise and Control Department of the State Compulsory Health Insurance Fund. Thank you very much. Certainly, when we talk about the availability of rehabilitation services, first of all, we have to focus on the fact that the services have to be health insurance, that they have compulsory health insurance, that they have been referred to receiving reimbursable rehabilitation services, and that the personal healthcare institution provides reimbursable medical rehabilitation services. As for the services, rehabilitation services available for the children, we have medical rehabilitation services, early rehabilitation services for developmental disorders in children, and psychosocial rehabilitation services. And there are definitely legal acts that provide for the availability and application of these services. So when it comes to medical rehabilitation services for children, there are certainly inpatient and outpatient rehabilitation services available. And usually when it comes to rehabilitation, we start with initial outpatient and inpatient medical rehabilitation. The second group of services comprises outpatient medical rehabilitation services, and the third group includes inpatient medical rehabilitation services, which are usually secondary or tertiary inpatient rehabilitation services that are available for priority groups of inpatient rehabilitation service receivers. Then there's also palliative rehabilitation services and anti-relapse sanatorium treatment that is available, which I will tell you about later on. So one of the ways to receive outpatient rehabilitation services is to receive a referral from the family physician or specialist physician to register within 60 days within a physician of physical medicine and rehabilitation. And in 2 months, the patient has a chance to receive rehabilitation services assigned. Or there's another way, following the hospital treatment, the treating doctor, following the consultation with the physician of physical medicine and rehabilitation, refers the patient for rehabilitation services. It is important to register within the first 10 days following the consultation. That's important to note. And following the referral from the physical medicine and rehabilitation doctor, it is important to actually go to the rehabilitation services facility unless otherwise provided by the doctor. So, initial outpatient medical rehabilitation services are assigned on the basis of functional limitations. Usually up to 25 rehabilitation procedures are assigned by providing kinesiotherapy, occupational therapy, physiotherapy, and massage. Initial outpatient rehabilitation for the same disease can be provided twice per calendar year. The second group of rehabilitation services are outpatient medical rehabilitation. These can be allocated on the basis of an illness and dysfunctions, and they can be applied after the initial or inpatient medical rehabilitation. As for the scope of services, usually it includes an average of 3 procedures per day, such as kinesiotherapy, occupational therapy, physiotherapy, massage, social worker services, medical psychologist, speech therapist services, orthopedic and compensatory technique adaptation services, and so on. The services last from 12 to 16 days, and outpatient rehabilitation for the same disease can be given to children more than once a year. Now, as for the inpatient medical rehabilitation services, they are usually provided after inpatient treatment, but children can also be provided with outpatient services as well. Medical rehabilitation services are assigned according to the disease code and certainly according to the degree of functional impairment. Such services can last from 14 to 100 days, depending on the diagnosis and the condition of a child. The inpatient rehabilitation for children for the same disease can be given to children more than once a year. And what's important for the parents, the carers who have more children, they can be accompanied. The carers with children under 8 years of age or children with disabilities may be accompanied by the carer if the medical consortium determines that the care is required. And if the family has several children, including a child with disability, and they arrive at the institution to receive inpatient rehabilitation services, the institution shall assign an assistant to the patient as necessary. Now, as for the palliative rehabilitation services, those can be assigned to children who are diagnosed with a disability and who have been diagnosed with a disease from the list of indications for palliative rehabilitation. These services last 20 days, and they can be provided once or more times a year, according to the recommendations of the physical medicine and rehabilitation doctor. The patients can move from outpatient services without initial medical rehabilitation care. Then there's another group of services, namely the anti-relapse sanatorium treatment services. Such services are provided for patients with chronic, progressive, and relapsing diseases. Such services can be provided for children under 7 years of age and children with disabilities when the disease is diagnosed from the list of indications for anti-relapse sanatorium treatment. These services can last up to 18 days, and they are provided once a year for the same disease. Those services can be reimbursed by 90%. Here you can see the scope of reimbursable medical rehabilitation services provided to children in 2023. You can see how many children or patients receive initial rehabilitation services. So this is the largest group of service receivers. More than 4,000 children received outpatient rehabilitation services More than 6,000 children were inpatient service recipients. Palliative rehabilitation was provided to 255 children, and 101 child received anti-relapse sanatorium treatment. The second graph indicates the coverage of those services by compulsory health insurance fund. And you can see that the inpatient rehabilitation services are the ones that are covered mainly by this fund. Over 2,000 children received inpatient rehabilitation, which is a third of all the children receiving rehabilitation services were children with disabilities, and they were namely children who received inpatient rehabilitation services in particular. 255 services were palliative rehabilitation provided to children with disabilities. About 4 million euros from the compulsory health insurance fund were allocated for the reimbursement of rehabilitation services for children with disabilities. At the moment, the rehabilitation services that are reimbursed from the compulsory health insurance fund include the consultation with the physician, as well as a consultation with a specialist, a social pediatric in particular, who assigns certain services to be provided. The referral with a specialist lasts for more than 100 days, but we believe that the children are able to visit the doctor much earlier than the set deadline. These are the kinds of consultations that include a team of specialists, specialists consisting of physician, social pediatrician, physiotherapist, occupational therapist, clinical speech therapist, medical psychologist, social worker, a nurse responsible for general care. Consultation with this kind of team can be awarded more than twice a year. And as for advanced consultation with this team of specialists, it can be provided in regional centers for rehabilitation, can be awarded more than 2 times a year. We have daily inpatient services provided for children with developmental disorders. As for A-level services, children with mild developmental impairments receive 2 specialist services within 1 day, and these services are reimbursed. And we are talking about 20 services provided per calendar year. The daily inpatient care for B-level category of services. Such services are provided for children with developmental disorders. These refer to 40 services in total. They are also reimbursable. And there's also category C for children with complex developmental disorders. These services are provided within regional centers, and we are mainly talking about children with complex developmental disorders, the course of which is also aggravated by concomitant psychiatric, visual, auditory, and physical impairments. The patient in this case is supervised and monitored for up to 8 hours a day. At least 4 specialist services are provided within one day, and up to 20 services per year can be reimbursed. We also have inpatient services available for children with complex developmental disorders, as well as severe congenital or acquired brain or spinal cord injuries, as well as services available for certain medical or social reasons when it is not possible to apply appropriate assessment or treatment methods on an outpatient basis. We usually organize interagency consultations, including parents and care specialists. Here you can see the availability of early rehabilitation services in Lithuania recently. The green columns represent the services provided in 2020, and this was during the COVID pandemic, and certainly the number of those services reduced for understandable reasons. But in general, the level of the provision of services is rising. And so last year we provided over 235,000 of early rehabilitation services. And the services were covered by more than 18 million euros from the Compulsory Health Insurance Fund. So if we were to compare how many services were provided, in 2019 over 13,000 children received rehabilitation services, and in 2023 over 15,000 of children received rehabilitation services. Social pediatrician consultation services are not included in the statistics, so this figure would increase if we were to add the services as well. In terms of the different groups, child development A-level services were provided to over 136,000 children in 2023. We see a significant growth in the provision of child development B-level services, since the number has increased from 43,977 children in 2019 to over 74,000 children in 2023. More than 3,000 children with developmental disorders have received consultations from a team of specialists working in early rehabilitation, and inpatient services were provided to over 70,000 children in 2023. And talking about psychosocial rehabilitation services for children and adults, these are usually services provided for children and adolescents, provided to patients with mental and behavioral disorders. These services are provided by psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, and other specialists. As for the compensated psychosocial rehabilitation services, these services can be long-term and short-term outpatient psychosocial rehabilitation services. Short-term meaning services that can last up to 40 calendar days, including 12 provided services, and long-term outpatient psychosocial rehabilitation services refer to 35 services provided over 9 months. The parents of our patients usually contact us to be informed on the availability of services to them, and we always recommend addressing their family doctor, who is the one in charge of making the decision as to which services should be assigned to the child, be it a social pediatrician, who can then refer to initial rehabilitation services facilities, or a physician of physical medicine and rehabilitation. And if there are certain psychological disorders involved, the family doctor can certainly refer to a child or adolescent psychiatrist or other specialists working in the field. And very often it's the case when the same patient is entitled to receive all 3 different types of rehabilitation services. And certainly after a course of physical medicine and rehabilitation, the patient can be referred to further rehabilitation services. The most important thing is to make sure that the doctor is able to explain everything clearly to the parents so they do not get lost along the way. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a very useful presentation, and I hope that this will encourage parents to take interest of what they really can get, what kind of services they can get for their children. We have one question available. In your last slide, you said that parents often ask where should they get the information. And my question is, do we have a certain websites where all this information is listed for parents? Because it is extremely necessary. I think that this should be available and accessible for all the people. And from my experience, I see that people have different experience and different knowledge, and general practitioners also have different knowledge. Therefore, this information should be available somewhere. Well, on our website, we have information on medical rehabilitation. We have leaflets. I think that we'll be able to share the website and the link to the website with all the information presented. I think that after the conference, we will be able to share the links with all the information provided on our website. Thank you. Now let us move to another speaker of the conference, Lies van Wiedzel. She's a social worker, long-standing supervisor from the Netherlands, who works in Lithuania. She helps to give consultations to specialists. She will overview everything she has heard today. And after her presentation, we will move to a discussion when we give the floor to the parents.
Skaidru, tai
Okay. Well, this is okay like this? Perfect. I mean, I hope to find my way. And it is very interesting to be here today. I listened, I heard a lot. I don't know, did you introduce me a little bit already or not? Or?
Yes, I told you a social worker, supervisor, and tell us a little bit more.
Okay, during my speech I will tell more. I'm not specially concentrating on the early time from the children, so I'm more focusing on the children who have special needs in different ages. And I will share a little bit my experiences in the Netherlands and in Lithuania, because I'm coming to Lithuania now for 25 years. I have seen many changes. I'm in contact with several organizations, in Kaunas and others, and us working together, leading teams, integration of society are topics I'm very interested in. It was when I started in the Netherlands, my first job was a social worker, but with a special task to, it was the time that the organizations were opening. So before it was a big institution, but the deinstitutionalization started. And my role was to stimulate participation of the youngsters who were living in that rehabilitation center to become part of society. This was when I started in the 70s, from the previous age. So I have a long history in Dutch area. Preparing today my speech, I thought, what is my main thing is probably to talk with people and not about people. So how to find a dialogue together. And about these experiences, what I learned in Lithuania and sometimes maybe in the Netherlands, I will share a little bit with you. And I need to take care of the time maybe. Well, because I realized that being in dialogue, it's a word, well, I will mention, for sure I will mention some terms who are mentioned already in the previous speakers, but maybe I will say them in a little bit different words or different terms. Being in dialogue means listening each other and not giving just orders. It sounds easy, but it's not. Taking the other person, because you have to take the other person serious and you have to take yourself serious. And you have to listen the other person. Also to feel free to give your words, your doubts, your emotions, and not to be afraid to ask questions. This topic, I learned that in Lithuania is not always so common, because I'm a person who is liking to ask questions, but I sometimes see, and especially in the beginning, the fear in the eyes of some people, because asking questions is very connected with controlling. And this is totally out of my mind, so I'm trying to share, because how could I know? I came to Lithuania about 25 years ago for the first time, and I came regularly about, before COVID, 8 times, because then you can have some follow-ups and so on. But, so, it's quite complicated. And you see that to keep silence is more safe. Because if you have a question and you don't know the answer, you feel stupid. But for me, most questions are more interesting, which you share, and you do not know the answer, but which is, what is worrying you. And working and meeting with people with special needs, there is a lot of unsureness in our work, because the youngsters, the children, behave, they react unexpected, and this makes us unsure. So it means that dialogue becomes important, but on the other hand, it's not so easy, because what we call normal, it's not, as we saw already this. And in society, a lot is expected, and especially in this people with special needs give different expectations. So to give words to your observations is not so easy, and it's needed if you want to have a dialogue together. As we heard a lot this morning, parents and specialists have to work together. I remember, it was my first experience, when was it? In 1970, even earlier. We started to involve parents in the treatment, in the organization of that rehabilitation center. And when I asked a mother, please, will you share your ideas with the workers? She was shocked, because she said, no, I can't share them, because if I say something negative, they will defend, but they will be angry and negative to my child. So it learned me how sometimes sensitive you are and how unsure you can feel. Really talk is not so easy. Another story I heard, which also 25 years ago, which I still remind, it was in Lithuania, that a mother told me that during Soviet times, you were not allowed to take care of the child yourself, but it was sent to an institution. They know better. Well, and she was caring for her child and was hiding her child. It made a big impression on me. I'm just mentioning it. I know that things have changed for the better, for a lot, but it's good to realize this. And still, I observe that some parents, because I meet many people in Lithuania, feel a little bit shy, or do not feel not free to go into the open, because you do not fit to the norms, not to the standards. And sometimes you might feel guilty. It was mentioned too this time. To pay attention to emotions is another thing I noticed, that it was also in old times not practiced so much. But when it comes to emotions, as we heard also this morning, it needs time to listen your own emotions, to give words to it, to share it. These are topics I discovered very soon when I came to Lithuania in the meetings, and I learned from it, and I wanted to share things. What goes on? Now I left a page, I think. So this is this unsureness about this. And as we also heard, parents can react very differently. I hope parents will tell themselves more today. But I see parents who very easily withdraw and say nothing. Others become very fighting. And the child is part of their world, and everything has to go around it. So there is dialogue becomes difficult, and this has its consequences for us as specialists, because it means that we have to find another way of dialogue. And there are so many specialists sometimes for the family that the team of specialists have to find a balance between each other too, because not everything can be done at the same time. When I was working in the rehabilitation center, I learned, I was a new profession there, so I had to take my own profession very serious, because there was a medical doctor and many others. But on the other hand, you have to realize that you are not the only one, you're not the only specialist, but you have to find a balance. And for this family, this is more important, for that family, is that more important. So teamwork, as a previous speaker also mentioned, is not so easy, but this you also have to learn in practice, because we cannot only learn it by lecturing. And another thing I experienced in Lithuania a lot from the beginning is that you are very sensitive and very good in understanding what the authority or the boss is expecting from you, what they want. And I had to be very careful about this, because when I came from the West, and I was introduced as a specialist, and people wanted to know my solutions, but I don't have them. I have no recipes. I can share, but for me, it was blocking that people did not feel free to share it. So this hierarchy is a very, mixed. I have meeting now with many people who it's very equal, but also I see those old systems still in the dialogue. Another aspect it was not touched I think so much, is the openness in society, because nowadays it is much more open. Just after Soviet time, when the wall was dropped, that was for me the reason to come here. I wanted to know what's going on in Lithuania after the Iron Curtain. And then by some contacts, I continued to come back to Lithuania and Ukraine. That was enough for me. But I still remember that there was a Polish woman who was in the Netherlands at that time, and she was shocked because in the town where I was living, she saw so many people in a wheelchair. What is here? There is a kind of disease, or what is it? And then she realized that those people were not living in society. And but because I think, and also for the parents and for the children, if you do not meet people with special needs, you don't know them. So then you don't know how to react. Then it becomes so isolated only. In this sense, I learned a lot of one of my friends. She has a very handicapped child who cannot speak, cannot hear, is not walking, and they go everywhere with this child. And even on the wedding of his sister, he participated. It was normal for them. Now he is living in an institution because it was too much for them to take care, and also because there are other children. But he is part not only from the family, but they go to the beach, to the restaurants. They are in some ways exceptional, but it's a way of meeting them. When I called them for the birthday of his, when he had his birthday, it was some weeks ago, there was a noise, and then it turned out that he had his birthday, and the whole family, together with the children of his sister, all went to the zoo. So it was much more just part of the living together. And this is, of course, I think something you are nowadays in Lithuania working on it too. There's a lot have changed, but it's, I think, also needed to be part of society. And now, so when I was preparing this speech, I was remembering many examples. Maybe maybe just shortly one, and then I give the words to you as parents, because that's maybe more, it's another approach. That was some students who were in the Netherlands, and they visited Kavine for people, where people with special needs were working. Like you have now in Vilnius, Pirmas Blines. And I've been there, of course, and I remember still that two students, they in Kaunas were doing this in the institution for special needs, and were organizing a Kavine too for the activities. And then let's say the people who they told about it, they were so surprised that they had so much fun with the children, that it was so joyful, the positive things. So let's not forget not only to think about what the child can do themselves and what's going on. Well, I had more examples, but I leave it to this. I think I like dialogue more, as you understand, maybe, than just giving a speech. So later, maybe during lunch, or I don't know, let's have dialogue and I give the words to somebody else. Is that okay?
Thank you, Liz. I think you will join. Wait.
I hope so.
Yes, you have translation, all possibilities. Ačiū.
Just even in time.
Taip. Dabar noriu pakviesti.
And now let me invite the parents to share their experiences. Please introduce yourself and the organizations that you represent, the child that you have. And we will listen first to Ms. Asta Kuktien. And I know that you also have slides that you are willing to share with everyone.
Labą dieną, esu Asta.
Good afternoon, my name is Asta. Speaking on the topic, today I present my daughter named Ostea. She's 15. I don't know why my slides are not up yet.
Tai kol pasijungs skaidrės.
Well, until my slides are being uploaded. So I have been living my life led by the following motto. If you see a challenge, overcome it. If you see an obstacle, go over it. So my daughter is a child with disabilities. For the first 3 years since she was born, we were living in different rehabilitation facilities. We've tried out all rehabilitation services available, and we were seeking rehabilitation services abroad as well, because we noticed that what the state was providing us with was not enough. We were told that my child will be simply in the state of vegetation. I did not agree with this kind of diagnosis, and I was seeking some sort of reaction. So together with the help of my relatives and different sponsors, we were able to get rehabilitation services abroad. After 3 years, Ostea's brother was born. So we had to suspend foreign rehabilitation services for a while and resort to locally available ones. At the moment, we're not receiving foreign rehabilitation services because within the last 15 years, a lot has changed in Lithuania. We have wonderful specialists and procedures available at the moment. The problem is time and quality, something I will talk about at a later point. At the moment, we are living and spending our days with Ostea at the child's daycare center called Ray of Hope, a center which welcomes all children with all sorts of disabilities. Another part of my life is related to running a Facebook group called Ray of Hope. I'm the administrator of this Facebook group, followed by doctors, parents with children with disabilities. And today I would like to share with you the experience of mothers of this Facebook group in particular. Group uniting mothers of children with disabilities. especially when it comes to children, to infants. We have about 70 families as members of our group. We are communicating with these families. We are aware of their encounters. Their children range from 7 to 29 years of age. Not children anymore, although they will continue to remain children of parents throughout their lives. And although I would like to share this wonderful cooperation with those parents, today instead I would like to focus on the negatives, because the reality is as follows. A child with severe disability receives only up to 30 minutes of rehabilitation procedures. With my daughter, we refused the state-provided rehabilitation services because we are provided only 30 minutes of kinesiotherapy, and there's only one specialist working with us, whereas my child needs 2 specialists at least to lift her. So there's no quality when it comes to these services. At the moment, we are we're receiving private kinesiotherapy services that last 2 hours per day, twice a week. She receives kinesiotherapy, occupational therapy within those 2 hours. Quality service in general. Another issue that we need to address is the shortage of speech and language therapists. These are the issues that we're forced to deal when the state does not allocate enough funds in this field. As parents and as specialists, they have to undress and dress the child and then endure the procedure, and all of that lasts just 30 minutes, and you always feel rushed because there's another parent with the child waiting next in line to receive those services. So these were some of our experiences, and I have to say that over the last 15 years, many changes have taken place in our country. I remember once when we were walking along the corridors of a sanatorium in Druskininkai with my daughter who was sitting in a wheelchair, and I remember comments from somebody passing by saying, referring to my daughter, well, look at her, she's so big and she's not able to walk on her own, she needs to be driven. So I'm grateful that this is no longer the case, and I hope that we will continue to progress for the better in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Asta. Let us now listen to Rasma, another parent who will inform us about the child that she's raising and the challenges that she is coping with.
Jau girdisi. Tai mano vardas.
I'm Rasma. I'm Rasma Pažemetskaitė. I work in the Roma community. I have an NGO. But today I will not be speaking about myself. I have twins, and one of them is diagnosed with autism disorder. She also has some additional diagnoses. And I'm not well prepared, but I like to speak on the spot. I came here to speak about the problems that we most often face. My colleague Tom, unfortunately, was not able to come. She encouraged me to come here and to speak on her behalf too. When a child with autism is born, it seems that this disorder is unseen. We often face the reactions from other people. Mothers who have children with different autistic disorders on a different spectrum. And very often I hear this word integration. I hear this word in my Roma community as well. But I hate this word because there's no integration. When the doctor says that my child needs an assistant at school and the school cannot provide this assistance because the school or the kindergarten cannot afford this. When we used to go to the kindergarten, I would say that, well, my child seems strange to me, and I would say, it's okay, she's still young. And I am often labeled, especially as a representative of a Roma community. As a representative of the national community, I'm being discriminated, and I'm being discriminated as a mother of a child with disability. As a mother, I do not get any information on anything. Well, this is the situation that we have in Panevėžys. Maybe in Vilnius it's quite different. Very often, children with this diagnosis get their inpatient rehabilitation up till the age of 7. So what should we do past this age? One counseling session of a psychologist is not enough if we get this 10 sessions per year. I have my child with autistic disorder, but she is verbal, and she became verbal after the dolphin therapy. I think that such children who have similar disorders that my colleague's daughter, dolphin therapy should be partially compensated. I do not say that all the children need this dolphin therapy. Some children are afraid of dolphins, but we have other therapies, horse therapies, dog therapies. And I used to bring my child to the canine yoga from Panevėžys to Kaunas, and I did it on my own, and I was not reimbursed by the state at all. And unfortunately, we find some financial resources for other things, yet we seem to fail the resources for the needs of children with disabilities. There are some children who might never talk, but there are children who might talk. A child with an autistic disorder belongs to a huge variety of children. We are dealing with inclusive education in Lithuania. But my question is whether our teachers were appropriately trained for this inclusive education, whether any courses that were taught to our teachers. In Panevėžys, we had a discussion on looking deeper, and we saw a documentary about the girl with the autistic disorder. So I saw many mothers coming to this event, but only one teacher. And this is the attitude of the teacher or of the school to this child. Pinskuvienė, a politician in Lithuania, shocked me very much with her attitude and her remark about children with disabilities. And I really wish that our system was revised. Why can't we mothers be helped with our children after they reach the age of 7? I had to hospitalize my child for some corrective therapies. And my child was traumatized by that. For example, my daughter was in hospital with a girl that was suicidal, and she was impressed by this suicidal girl. And I was asked to take my child from hospital earlier. And I see this huge gap. We have the disability, but I believe that there's a lack of services available for children with any disability. I believe that mothers who have children with autistic disorders would agree with me. I think that we should voice our concerns. I participated in the parliamentary elections in order to defend the marginalized groups. But I always say that a courageous person is the person who is able to accept a different person. And parents of children and general education should be brave enough. She can experience the change of the mood, and my daughter can experience the change of the mood and can run away from class. And we learn to be mothers every day. My child has a different approach to writing. She writes upside down, but when you turn the exercise book, you see a normal writing, but she's being criticized for that. And it seems that she's not accepted because of that, and she's being forced to write in the way that all the children should write. My child cannot differentiate whether she needs to use her right hand or left hand in writing. She might write one word on one page. And actually her criticism results in her aggression. And I have twins, and my autistic child is aggressive towards her sibling twin. And then I am faced with family crisis. For example, my child gets calm when she listens to Vivaldi, and this sometimes is disturbing for my neighbors. We need to be mothers and fathers. We need to be united and to voice our concerns bravely in order to be heard, because the integration per se for our children is very important. If we don't teach typical children, neurotypical children, to be loyal with our children, I have an example of a 14-year-old boy who was a Roma boy. He had Asperger's syndrome, and 2 years ago he committed a suicide because he did not manage. We have to speak about this, because children who are conscious, we have children who can voice their concerns. They have to be supported by the society. And this child who committed a suicide today might have been an Einstein. We need to protect our children because they are vulnerable. They face the greatest amount of bullying. My daughter, at the age of 9, wears the same amount as me, and she deals with her stress through eating, and she faces a discrimination for her looks, for her lifestyle, for anything, and she faces discrimination for being born this way. And when, for example, we go for a visit to the endocrinologist, the doctor said that your child is psychic, that your child is mental, then I think this is really painful for me and painful for my child. Thank you, Rasma.
Galit sėdėti.
You can stay seated in the same place. Just turn off your microphone. In the meantime, let me invite another mother, Ms. Indrė Adnavičiūtė, to present her situation. Well, I've noted many things on the paper, but I believe I will not go too much into detail. I was delegated by Spina Bifida Association. Together with my husband, we are raising a child with a different rare disease, but since we're the only ones with a child with this kind of diagnosis, having looked into Spina Bifida members who are working on similar diseases. We were welcomed by this association and we gradually became members of the association. While we were alone, we were simply not heard by others. We were but parents of a patient. And now being members of this association gives us greater freedom to be heard, to be listened to. As for challenges, certainly we, as anyone, we're facing many challenges. I will probably not go much into those, but I was mainly prepared to defend inpatient rehabilitation services, and I see that we don't have much time left for the discussion, and since nobody's attacking those services, and I heard that the funding for such services is intended to go down, I came here prepared to defend inpatient rehabilitation services. And since we're dealing a great deal with these services, at the cost certainly of different clubs that my child could attend, rehabilitation, inpatient rehabilitation is definitely very important, and I've gathered some very sad examples as regards this kind of rehabilitation. Certainly, they have very wonderful specialists, but what is still saddening and keeps repeating is that we get inpatient and palliative rehabilitation services once in a while, and it's a pity that those services lack adaptability. And there's still some dissatisfaction with those kinds of services, as informed by psychologists before. If a child receives wonderful services, psychological services, the child feels much better. But after rehabilitation services, after receiving those services, the child feels helpless. I will not go into specific sanatoriums that we had a chance to get the services from. Well, I could just mention that those kinds of facilities, they have staircases to get to the second floor where you'll get the rehabilitation services. But if you need to use an elevator, you'll need to go to the other end of the corridor to get a key to access a certain room, and which you have to then return it to the desk office. Well, these kinds of things speak of inadaptability of the facilities. And if you use those services within the sanatorium 2 or 3 years in a row, initially you reprimand the administration, informing of such deficiencies. You later on fill out all sorts of questionnaires informing that you need, let's say, additional panduses or some kind of support for panduses to make it easier to access one corridor from another. In another sanatorium, again, where we were provided aqua rehabilitation services, we were not able to get certain services. And I believe we will not be able to make use of some of those services simply because the lifters there are non-functional. It's just fictitious or imitation of adaptation. So there's no integration in a healthy society when even healthcare institutions are unable to respond to our needs. So this was mainly what I was wondering to talk about. Or let's take a toilet for the disabled. When a person in a wheelchair accesses it and can only see his or her forehead in a mirror. So this is neither support for the person with disability nor adaptation. If certain refurbishing takes place, and such refurbishing prevents a wheelchair from crossing the hole simply because it is no longer fitting within the corridor. Again, what kind of refurbishing and adaptability of the facilities are we talking about? So this was mainly what I wanted to talk about. Well, perhaps I will repeat myself. I'm not sure how many parents we have here with children with autism spectrum disorder. I wonder how many of you receive services if your child is diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder? None. My twins receive their services simply because they have concomitant asthma and apnea and early rehabilitation, did you say? When an infant is diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder and is provided with early rehabilitation. And what about children who are 7 years of age? What about requalification of their disorder at that age? It is a very rare occasion when a child is diagnosed with infant autism. What about autism at a later stage? What about children who are 18 years old? Well, in that case, it's just autism, they say. So this is something that I don't understand fully. Okay, thank you very much. And this brings us to the final part of our conference, an open discussion featuring representative of a ministry on healthcare, Ms. Balčiūnienė in particular. We have doctors, parents, and representatives of other institutions taking part in this debate, and I encourage everyone to be active and discuss rehabilitation services and policy on those services. Quite recently, I visited a children's daycare center in Panevėžys. I believe it was one of the most progressive daycare centers in Lithuania. I believe you do have some criticism, but I've met a person who asked the day of my birthday, and when I did that, I was immediately asked what the day of the week was it. I was really surprised by that question. So I've recently heard about a case of a girl who was very clumsy, and only at a later stage, when she started volunteering, she was approached by a specialist who helped her understand that she was actually dealing with an autism spectrum disorder. So there are many cases, many different cases. Again, I remember an instance when in Santariškės Clinical Hospital, I was asking a specialist, where can I find a toilet for the disabled, and nobody could understand my question. Another example was when Vilnius University's Social Policy Development Department was inviting for a conference, inviting 2 members of the Seimas using a wheelchair, in a conference that was held in a premises that were not adapted for persons with disabilities. So we approached them and asked them how was it so that we were invited to such an event without even having an opportunity to access those premises. So there are definitely things that are positive and worth praise, but there are definitely some challenges that we need to address. As for the inclusive education, when we have, let's say, a child that has faced some kind of trauma and does not want to organize education that takes place on the third floor of the facility, they're not willing to provide education services and instead are recommending the child to be homeschooled. So many of those cases that we can cover. And as for children with disabilities and the protection of their rights and the mechanism in general, if we, let's say, compare the defense of consumer rights with the defense of the rights of persons with disabilities, the mechanism for defending those rights in Lithuania is rather weak. So this brings me to the question to the representative of the Ministry on Health. When will at least medical institutions, medical facilities be adapted to persons with disabilities?
Good afternoon. I'm Angelika Balčiūnienė. I've been working in the area for more than 25 years. I'm a child care specialist. I'm responsible for rehabilitation. I do not cover all the topics discussed today. Many questions have been raised repeatedly. I thank for your personal stories that you told. I think that they're very painful. On my part, I would like to repeat things that have been mentioned in our presentations and share the message that when mother mentioned that she does not know where should she refer when the child reaches the age of 7, we have been discussing this issue in our working group very actively on rehabilitation services and the improvement legislative framework and its improvement. Certainly, every family and every patient has its general practitioner or pediatric specialist, and this specialist takes care of that family. Early rehabilitation is called early because the rehabilitation is most effective in the first years of child's life. We also have other services that are funded by the state. The services and the providers of those services monitor the children in the long term. The services are not that intensive as in the age group before 7, but there is a possibility to visit social pediatric specialists until the age of 18, and other specialists as well. When I heard about the adaptability of healthcare institutions, I know that huge amounts of funds have been allocated for that. Unfortunately, this sometimes does not require great funding, but rather attention, focus. Unfortunately, we have to hear similar stories and complaints. We have different possibilities to inform about this, even anonymously. I invite you to voice your concerns and to indicate those shortcomings so that they can be corrected. In the area of medical rehabilitations, the procedure, the description of the procedure has been reviewed recently. and the help and assistance with a number of service specialists, and the waiting time is high there. And in order to be more effective in obtaining such services, we are aiming at improving the management of such services and the management of queues, but we need to stand in solidarity and help each other. A large part of patients fail to attend, and unfortunately, the time missed by one patient could be used by another patient. So that was my first remark on what I've heard. This is an open discussion. I believe that we can openly remark. You spoke about rehabilitation of children from 7 until 18. I represent the Facebook group Vilties Spindulėlis, where parents of children with severe disabilities. Very often mothers say that general practitioners sometimes are quite selective as to the services, as to referring to the services of rehabilitation to be provided for the children. Why is it so? Why me and Austea can get any rehabilitation services because we have a great doctor, but I know some families where doctors say that, well, it's enough for you, one rehabilitation per year is sufficient for you. I believe that there is a lack of cooperation and information sharing among doctors. I believe that sometimes general practitioners get confused as to the availability of rehabilitation services. Previously, we had problems as to the number of rehabilitations per year, and if we wanted to have rehabilitation, more than 2 rehabilitations per year, we had to have a consilium of doctors, and sometimes we think that we need to teach parents to be independent and to work with their children at home. And sometimes we wonder whether those 4 rehabilitations per year are really necessary, or probably parents could be independent and start working with their children. Well, I want to react to that. When you have 3 children in a family and one is with disabilities, it is very tiresome to rehabilitate that child in the evening when you come after work. This is my real situation. Well, I have 4 children and I managed to do that. I really worked as well, and I think that we should always dedicate our time for children, and I managed to give some free time for my child and for the rehabilitation of that child. I think that we fail to understand the meaning of Kopka. We had a very serious problem. We had to go work with a psychiatrist. And we were told that parents should not be involved with doing everything. I think that we should not, we should differentiate things. Kopka is about everyday activities, reaction, communication. This is not some additional work, or this is about additional 30 minutes. That translates into everyday activities. The rehabilitation of older children is a different thing. You spoke about 30 minutes and these routines, I want to say this. 7 euros is the amount which is paid for 30 minutes of rehabilitation in hospitals. I believe that this is a national state system. This is not the fault of rehabilitation institutions or hospitals. This is the fault of the entire system. And therefore, we choose whether to have a private rehabilitation with quality services and a number of specialists, or you get a state-funded rehabilitation where you get 20 minutes and you have to rush in and rush out after the session. Well, 7 euro is an average amount which varies for different procedures. I think that institutions that provide group rehabilitation services really manage very well. Or, for example, that use methodologies that are not scientifically grounded. Well, this rehabilitation and the funding for this rehabilitation gives 50% to the salary of the doctor. I think that we should change the entire system of calculating the price of this service. Well, in the early rehabilitation, the prices are much higher, and there's more time devoted to children in early rehabilitation. Individual sessions are also quite favorable for children. I believe that the prices will be reviewed sometime. I have one more question. You mentioned that a bigger number of rehabilitations was available for children in the past, and now you are planning to reduce the number. Have you thought of the adverse effects of the reduction of this number and the adverse financial consequences, economic consequences for the state? I find it quite strange. I think that we should satisfy the growing needs rather than go for reduction. Well, we met with different experts, doctors, and they think that the number of rehabilitations is not always necessary, and sometimes parents seem to say that they need much more rehabilitations than it is needed. There are diseases where rehabilitations are not always necessary, but parents want to have those rehabilitations for their children. We're trying to listen to the both sides. Therefore, we're attending this conference in order to listen to both sides of the story. Well, you spoke about the primary level. A child with the autistic disorder For example, my child thinks that night is the time when she goes blind and she's afraid to close her eyes. And you can buy many sensory lamps, but it is ineffective. And we need to go for psychological counseling. I am a single mother, and we need to get the psychological counseling at least once per week. And this is a great financial burden for me. I have a disease myself. Unfortunately, mothers with disabled children in most cases are single mothers, and they're vulnerable. And I want to tell you that I don't have the resources to get psychological counseling for my child. And I was forced to take out a loan to give the dolphin therapy to my child. I know that it is not a scientifically proven method, but I know many mothers who use this therapy, and those children had different types of disabilities, including physical and mental. It means that there is some positive effect. There are some additional therapies that really worked, and the state could fund these as well to help the families.
I would also like to react to the comment whether or not parents are actually asking for those services. I hope that a research is conducted into those parents who actually make sure their children get dolphin therapy, because this is the time when you leave your husband for some 3 weeks, and you need therapy after that dolphin therapy, because you're alone taking care of that child. So saying that parents are begging for such therapy, I believe, is not really the right way to put it. And as for the funding of services, well, together with my daughter, we've tried stem cells treatment and other treatments, including dolphin therapy. So today, what I am asking is that the services that the state does provide are qualitative, so that they adequately adapted to the condition of a child. We grew up in a kindergarten until she became 7, but what should I do next when she becomes 7 years of age? What about those services that we receive after that age, when my child needs an assistant to be lifted and carried? So I'm talking about these kinds of families that are dealing with those kinds of issues. How do we help them? Well, as for quality, I believe we do have some very strong teams providing those services. I definitely heard that criticism that you've mentioned, that not everything is fully adapted. So please keep informing us, and we will continue to push those services. Yes, but how can we inform you when we are informing our authorities in writing in different conferences? Perhaps we can inform you who you should address to lodge your complaints. Yes, you can apply to the ministry, to the state accreditation institution, because they keep informing us they do not receive any complaints. Because now apparently we complain among ourselves, but we fail to lodge those complaints formally. So we have to keep doing that, and let's not be afraid and make that next step. So our discussion is coming to an end. So what needs to be done to ensure effective rehabilitation of children with disabilities? At this point, I would like to remember my visit with Indra Bakanian and her unit. You said that you will be providing scientifically based services, and now we tend to fund all different strange services. What about the quality then with those services? Because there's a certain conflict between those different services and their funding, because there are services available in different sanatoriums and elsewhere. Maybe those services are not that qualitative, so perhaps we should review the effect of some of those services. Indra, perhaps you could start. Well, as a university hospital who is a teaching hospital, we provide minimum physiotherapy services. The strategy of the hospital and the vision of the CEO of the hospital is to provide all sorts of rehabilitation that is scientifically based. So that's our goal as such. That's where we encounter a certain difficulty when we need to provide robot therapy and aromatherapy or salt chamber therapy is out of question, because we need to outweigh the costs of providing more costly scientifically based services. So we fall into a certain trap, so to say, and so other services are forced to provide those other services. Yes, I would just like to add that we try to compensate only scientifically based treatments, and there are certain indications that provide for the provision of services that are scientifically based. And as for robot therapy, this is something new, and our response to that is that if you continue to providing the service, you have to apply with us to seek a different coverage method for this service, because this is something that new, and we will definitely take into account the costs incurred in providing this service. My question regards the quality of those procedures. This is certainly connected to the provision of services in summertime. We have never sought services in summertime in other facilities, but in post-surgery period, you simply have to get the services when this is necessary. And so it happens so that we got those services that could have been qualitative, but there were so many children received during that time with so few specialists available. So I had doubts about the quality of those Terran Core services. Well, when I asked what's all that about, I was informed that it was simply a walk in a pine forest. So those sanatoriums providing those rehabilitation services, they have to make sure that the services are not semi-quality services. Certainly, we've learned the hard way how to get quality services there, but that's the reality. They accept an abundance of those patients where they receive only 5 minutes worth of massage and that's it. So I'm not sure about the quality of those kinds of services. I would like to add, I myself am raising a child with severe mobility disorder. I know tens of families that are forced to deal with rehabilitation. And what should ensure the quality of rehabilitation services for children with disabilities? So I tend to hear from those parents that as parents would be inclined to pay up for those services so long as they are qualitative. how come we're not able to have a chance to buy longer massage services, let's say. We are only covered for 10 minutes worth of massage, but we're willing to pay up and prolong the length of the service. So why there is no such an opportunity? Well, maybe the ministry will be able to respond to that, but I would like to respond myself. As a journalist, I've conducted the research into the families raising children with disabilities. I'm not sure, maybe 80% of those families, I believe, spend a lot on those additional services for their children. So we have to be cautious about the situation and assess properly those services and look into the situation as to why these parents are spending so much of their funds for their children. So, Angelica, maybe you could respond. As for the coverage of those services, I believe the state social insurance, state compulsory health insurance fund office representative should respond to that. But at the moment, we are receiving feedback from the patients receiving those services. This will be one of the indicators in issuing funds to facilities providing rehabilitation services, because lack of quality is something that we're trying to address. And normal discussion is much more worthwhile than filing complaints, because we focus a great deal on normal diagnostics. The program, the Mother and Child program, is also covering early rehabilitation services. Unanimous diagnostic algorithms should be covered from this program. Training of specialists, as well as approvisionment with equipment of rehabilitation providing services, around 60 of them in particular. So this is meant to train our best specialists through various visits and field trips. This is a program funded from the Swiss funds and co-funded by the state as well. We have planned visits to Switzerland and to Lithuania of high-level specialists. The majority of those trainings are planned to be held in Lithuania, and all of this is meant to raise the qualifications of our specialists. Yes, we would like to ask the doctors representing the regions. Well, we don't know you. We are now asking questions to the representatives of regional centers, but what about the representatives of the regions? Maybe you could respond to the comments made by parents. Please turn on the microphone.
Labą dieną, aš dirbu ir Šiauliuose.
Good afternoon. I work in Šiauliai Early Rehabilitation Service. A very frequent problem is the problem of transportation. Not all the families can transport their children to the inpatient rehabilitation, and this transportation service in practice is not available. So this was my remark and observation of a problem as a specialist working in the region. So families don't know how to get to the services, and we only give services in kindergartens, for example, of a speech therapist. we have a transportation service for early rehabilitation of patients. If there is a referral in the e-health website, a general telephone can be used to register for the transportation. I guess it's 1808. We have tried this out, and patients who need this and who really can really get this service. Well, one thing that is unclear for me, can I ask a question? Why rehabilitation is not given to children with autistic spectrum, but only to those with multiple developmental disorders? Can you explain it to me? I want to explain this to our community in Panevėžys. Why some patients get rehabilitation and others are not? I do not understand this. If I have a disability, my child has a disability, is eligible for certain assistance in school, why we don't have any rehabilitation? We have a concept of a child with disabilities, and it's like a book. One page means that there's one disease, one diagnosis, another page means another diagnosis. How to see the difference and understand why my child is not eligible for rehabilitation in health resort in sanatorium? Well, medical rehabilitation is more targeted at functional disabilities. But for example, my child could get, for example, massage. Well, massage can be given in the at the primary level of healthcare services. Children with autism have more problems with behavior and mental health. But they have parallel diseases. My daughter with the autistic spectrum also has a rare disease of blood. So it really makes me angry, because I have to manipulate the doctors and to say that, well, I have the blood coagulation problems, and therefore I should get rehabilitation. It means that you have to be cunning in order to get rehabilitation for your child. And my child has other diagnoses, and therefore my child can get rehabilitation. What about help in your rehabilitation center for autistic children after the age of 7? Rasma mentioned that she got into the child psychotherapy inpatient care, and also get some services for some additional diseases. I think that certain services like speech therapist assistance should be given by school. I think that social adaptation is the greatest problem with autistic disorders, and therefore outpatient treatment would be more effective here. Unfortunately, your daughter had this painful experience in the inpatient treatment. I think that you should seek for psychiatric outpatient center. Well, we tried it out, and at the age of 8, we were told that we are not eligible for that. Well, and certainly the services for autistic children can be provided when there are serious behavioral disorders. But we recommend to avoid inpatient treatment for children with autistic disorders. I'm Laima Mikulėnaitė. I am from the Child Rehabilitation Center. I have been working for the organization Viltis for 30 years. And I have been working with the developmental disorders for 30 years. We discussed many topics here today. And all this is related to the fact that we want to improve the quality of life of our children. Therefore, we want all those rehabilitations, helps, and other things and services. If you ask me, what we should improve, we should seek that children with disabilities and all the children be happy. There have been numerous studies on that. What parents need does not always coincide with what the child wants or needs. For example, if I was forced to go to the rehabilitation 5 times a year and also be hospitalized in the inpatient psychiatrist treatment. Well, actually, I was forced to do that because my daughter's school forced me to do that. We have to stop and think carefully. We want to have beautiful families. We want to have friends. We have to have free time. We want to have free time, leisure time, because we're human beings and we see how other human beings live. I've been working and collaborating with parents for 30 years. And I know what is happening in our society, bearing in mind the intolerance in our society, and it really exists. It is hard to fight this intolerance, and these children find it very difficult to live, and therefore every mother of such and father of such child wants that child to be healthy, and they think that they might do some therapy and improve the child. But I'm very proud of Lithuania and my country that we moved to the inclusion. This is the best thing in 30 years. Yes, it's difficult. I think that we have to teach our children to understand their disabilities, to teach teachers about the disabilities of their pupils. And it is quite natural that, for example, there is intolerance in school when other children bully a child who is different. We can create numerous rehabilitations for children. I always tend to stop mothers. I tend to prevent them from rehabilitations or from inpatient hospital care, because sometimes it doesn't lead to the improvement, but it leads to the regression rather than progress. We need to teach tolerance and the ability to be together, and we have to start from kindergartens. We need to learn from each other, to be able to know each other, to understand that we have different people around us and learn to live together with them. And I think that the parents need to be told that we all are the same, that we all need those services and rehabilitations. We really have to think whether the children are really happy about such rehabilitations and this amount of rehabilitations. I think that parents feel that they're left alone and therefore looking for any possibilities to help their children, to treat their children. I think that we should not, we should find the middle ground here, and we should all understand that rehabilitation services should be provided in the adapted environment, in the adapted facilities. And from my experience, I can draw the conclusion is that the earlier help is given, the less challenges will be faced in the future. Now we see the majority of problems arise because there was a lack of services, the lack of intervention and help in the early childhood. And parents should not be held accountable because they want to have the best for their children. I think that we are running out of time and we should be concluding our conference. I want to thank all the participants of today's conference. Some of the presentations were very specific, they were interesting, and we had interesting presentations that were useful for parents. Certainly, we face many challenges. We cannot resolve all of them. Unfortunately, you haven't moved sufficiently in the period of 30 years. And sometimes all we need is political will to improve the situation. And hopefully we will be able to improve the situation in the next political period. So thank you once again. Let us continue discussing this topic. Actually, talking helps and discussions help. I want to thank Ignas. We had a third conference in the parliament. We discussed many different topics, prosthetics, orthopedic products and goods, but thanks to our events and conferences, we managed to move forward. So I give the floor for the last remark for Ignas Mačiukas. Well, our association brings together adults. But we have our lawyer, Anglė Šimanskienė, who works with adults and also children with autistic spectrum disorder. We always write complaints. We react to any complaints and concerns over the accessibility to the medical facilities. We speak about the quality of services today, but can we ensure this quality if we see the lack of doctors working in Lithuania? Doctors emigrate to other countries. I visited Poland and I saw teenagers in rehabilitation who had their individual assistants, their individual professionals working with them. So thank you very much for your participation and I wish you every success. Thank you. You're all invited for lunch. And we will be able to continue our discussions over lunch. Camilla will show you the way in the Seimas restaurant.